mute chứ người thì nó là người đẹp đi
thì ở cái mute hay gì bà
mute tới thằng gái con
பாருங்க அதான் லிங்க் அதை எடுத்தீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்துடும் சரிங்களா ரைட் ரைட் ஓகே லைவ் ஆயிடுச்சு அவ்வளவுதான் இதை நீங்க என்ன பண்ணணும்னா நாளைக்கு அந்த யூடியூப் கிளிக் பண்ணுங்களேன் மேல யூடியூப் தெரியுதா உங்க இதுல
ப்ராசசிங் போயிட்டு இருக்கு செட்டிங் அப் யுவர் மீட்டிங் ஃபார் யூடியூப் லைவ் சொல்லி
இதே வந்துருச்சு சிஸ்டர் வந்துருச்சு யூடியூப் வந்துருச்சு
ஓகே இப்பதான் வருது எனக்கு ஸ்லோவா இருக்கு
இந்த வாரம் உங்களுக்கு நான் இது தேங்க் யூ சிஸ்டர் தேங்க் யூ ஆல் தி பெஸ்ட் சிஸ்டர் எல்லாம் பண்ணுங்க தேங்க் யூ Sister, Princess sister. Sister.
சார் நான் எடுத்துட்டேன் சார்.
இந்த பாருங்க இதான் லிங்க். இந்த பாருங்க நான் உங்களுக்கு போட்டுருக்கேன் பாருங்க.
நானே எடுத்துட்டேன். இந்த ஒரு நிமிஷம் சார்.
உங்களுக்கு வாட்ஸ்அப்லயே போட்டுருக்கேன் சிஸ்டர். மர்சி சிஸ்டருக்கும் போட்டுருக்கேன்.
ஓகே சார். ஓகே சார். இந்த நானும் எடுத்து
இந்த பாருங்க மர்சி சிஸ்டருக்கும் போட்டுருக்கேன் உங்களுக்கும் போட்டுருக்கேன் பாருங்க.
ஓகே 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 சார். ஓகே சார். ஓகே சார். Thank you சார்.
Thank you sister.
ஓகே சார். Thank you சார்.
Thank you sister. All the best sister. Sorry எனக்கு கண்டினியூஸ் மீட்டிங் சிஸ்டர் இன்னைக்கு.
ஓகே சார். பரவாயில்லை.
அந்த லிங்க் உங்களுக்கும் போட்டுருக்கேன் சிஸ்டர் பிரின்சிபல் மர்சி சிஸ்டர் மூணு பேருக்கும் போட்டுருக்கேன்.
ஓகே சார். ஓகே சார்.
Yes sister. Yes sister.
Good afternoon sir. சாப்பிளையா பண்ணீங்க?
Good afternoon sister. மீட்டிங் போயிட்டு இருக்கு சிஸ்டர். இன்னைக்கு எங்களுக்கு இண்டக்ஷன் ப்ரோகிராம் சிஸ்டர் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர்ஸ்.
சரி. இப்போ நீங்க ஜாயின் பண்ண முடியாதாப்பா?
இல்லங்க சிஸ்டர் நான் அந்த மீட்டிங் நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு சிஸ்டர். அதுல இருந்து சிஸ்டர் இந்த லிங்க் ப்ராப்ளம்னா வந்த சிஸ்டர்.
சரிங்க சார். சரிங்க சார்.
Thank you sister. உங்களுக்கு வாட்ஸ்அப்ல அனுப்பி இருக்கேன் பாருங்க சிஸ்டர்.
ஓகேங்க சார். ஓகேங்க சார். Thank you சார்.
Thank you sister. Thank you.
ராஜா ராஜா
மர்சி சிஸ்டர்.
என்னம்மா சொல்லுப்பா.
லைவ் ஸ்ட்ரீம் வந்திருக்கும். அதை ஓபன் பண்ணி பாருங்க. பார்த்துட்டு எல்லாருக்கும் பாஸ் இட் ஆன் பண்ணுங்க சிஸ்டர்.
இந்த சொல்றேன்டா. எனக்கு மொபைல்ல தான் பாப்பா வாட்ஸ்அப் ஓபன் பண்ண முடியும். யூடியூப் ஒரு நிமிஷம்டா. என்னம்மா சொல்லுப்பா.
லைவ் ஸ்ட்ரீம் வந்திருக்கும். அதை ஓபன் பண்ணி பாருங்க. அதை நீங்க மெசேஜ் பண்ணி விடுங்க சிஸ்டர்.
மாறி இருக்காப்பா லிங்க் இல்ல அதே தானடா?
மாறி இருக்கு சிஸ்டர். இப்ப புதுசா சார் அனுப்பி விட்டுருக்காரு பாருங்க. நானும் அனுப்பி
நல்ல வேலை. சரி சரி ஓகேப்பா.
ஓகே ஓகே.
ஓபன் ஆகுதுடா.
ஓகே சிஸ்டர். இப்ப
அப்ப இத ஷேர் பண்ணிடுவோமாப்பா?
ஆமா இத தான் ஷேர் பண்ணனும் சிஸ்டர். லைவ் ஸ்ட்ரீம் அத போட்டு ஒரு மெசேஜ் போட்டு அனுப்பி விடுங்க.
சரி சரி. ஓபன் ஆகுதுடா.
ஓகே சிஸ்டர் நீங்க கேரி ஆன் பண்ணுங்க.
சரிமா. थैंक यू.
ஆமா இத தான் ஷேர் பண்ணனும் சிஸ்டர். லைவ் ஸ்ட்ரீம்
ஏமா பிரின்சியா
சொல்லுங்க சிஸ்டர்.
என்னமோ வர்ச்சுவல் பேக்ரவுண்ட்னு சொன்னா வரலையேப்பா ஒண்ணும்.
இந்த ஒரு நிமிஷம் நான் அந்த மெசேஜை மட்டும் அனுப்பி விட்டுட்டு அடுத்து பாக்குறேன். ஒரு நிமிஷம்.
சரி சரி. பாப்பாங்க கொஞ்சம் உட்காந்துக்கடா. ஏதாவது நான் சொன்னேன். சாப்பிட்டியா? சரி.
நீங்க பழமா பேசுறீங்க.
சாப்பிட்டேன்டா.
லைவ் ஸ்ட்ரீம்
சாப்பிட்டு தான் போயிடலாம். உட்காந்துக்கடா. அதான் தெளிவா இருக்குல்ல. இதுல போய் என்ன தன் முடியும். ராஜா எங்கே காணும்? என்னடா
நீ போய் இந்த பாஸ்வேர்டை போட்டு உட்காருமா, தெரியுங்க பாஸ்வேர்டு இந்த மெயில் நான் சொல்றேன். பாஸ்வேர்டு போட்டு உட்காரு. Mercy sister, Mercy sister, Mercy sister.
என்னம்மா?
சிஸ்டர் வர்ச்சுவல் பேக்ரவுண்டுக்கு வாங்க, வீடியோல வாங்க.
ஒரே ஒரு நிமிஷம்டா. இது பிரின்சியா?
சொல்லுங்க சிஸ்டர்.
அண்ணோ வந்துட்டேன்டா.
வர்ச்சுவல் பேக்ரவுண்ட் செட் பண்ணுங்க சிஸ்டர். உங்களுக்கு நான் இமேஜ் அனுப்பியிருந்தேன், என்ல அதை செட் பண்ணுங்க.
எதுல அனுப்பியிருக்கப்பா? இது மெயில்லையா?
வாட்ஸ்அப்ல. வாட்ஸ்அப்ல.
வாட்ஸ்அப் என்னது பண்ண முடியாதேடா, மெயில்.
சரி நில்லுங்க, நான் உங்களுக்கு பென்ட்ரைவ் அனுப்பி விடுறேன்.
அப்படி செய்.
பாமா
பென்ட்ரைவ்ல ஏறி வாங்கிக்கோ. நான் ஏற்றிக்கிறேன், எனக்கு டவுன்லோட் பண்ண ஏற மாட்டேங்குது. போடா பாப்பா, ஒரு நிமிஷம் இது போடுறேன். விட்டு வாடா. இது வரும். access ஆகுதா? ஆகுதா? ஸ்கேன் பண்ணணுமா பாப்பா?
இதுல ஐக்கப் ஒரு இருக்கும். அது காமன் செகண்ட் லிஸ்ட் அது வைக்க
ஒரு வழி காப்பி பண்ணணும். எப்படி ஒரு நிமிஷம் இருக்கட்டும். காப்பி ஆகலைங்க இல்லடக்கு இப்ப பாருக்கான என்ன பேர்ல இருக்குது?
காமன் லிஸ்ட்.
காமன் காமன் சரி டவுன்லோட் பண்ணுறேன். இது உங்களுக்கு எங்க இருக்கு? காமன் ஒரு நிமிஷம். இதற்கப்பா
செகண்ட் லிஸ்ட்.
சென்ட் டு டெஸ்க்டாப் இருக்காங்க. ஷார்ட்கட் இதுல காப்பி யா பேஸ்ட் ஆகுதான்னு பார்த்துக்கணும். ரெண்டு எடுத்துருங்க. ஒரு நிமிஷம் செட் பண்ணி வரைக்கும் இருக்கட்டுமா? ஒரே
சிஸ்டர் செட் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா சிஸ்டர்? சிஸ்டர்
எடுத்துட்டு இருக்கேன்டா.
சீக்கிரம் சிஸ்டர், நான் எல்லாரும் வந்துட்டே இருக்காங்க. அட்மிட் பண்ணாம வச்சிருக்கேன் நான் கொஞ்சம் பேரை.
வந்துட்டேன். அப்ப என்ன போட்டோம்? டெஸ்க்டாப்ல
காமன்
காமன் என்னடா வரல ஏமா பிரின்சியா
சொல்லுங்க சிஸ்டர்.
எடுத்துட்டேன்டா, தெரியுதாப்பா?
இந்த ஒரே ஒரு நிமிஷம் ஒரே நிமிஷம். வாங்க சிஸ்டர். வீடியோவை செட் பண்ணுங்க. பேக்ரவுண்ட
செட் பண்ணிட்டேன்ப்பா.
வர்ச்சுவல் பேக்ரவுண்ட் செட் ஆகவே இல்லை சிஸ்டர்.
என்னமோ போஸ்ட் ஹேஸ் ஸ்பாட்லைட் என்னமோ வருதுடா.
அது ஒண்ணும் இல்லை. நீங்க வந்து ஸ்டார்ட் வீடியோல போய் வர்ச்சுவல் பேக்ரவுண்ட் செட் பண்ணுங்க.
அங்கதான் பாப்பா செட் பண்ணிருக்கேன்டா.
உங்க பின்னாடி வெறும் வெள்ளை கலர் தான் சிஸ்டர் தெரியுது. ரோஸ் கலர் தான் தெரியுது. பிக்சரே தெரியல.
மிரர் மை வீடியோ எடுத்து விட்டுறணுமாடா
சிஸ்டர்? ஸ்டார்ட் வீடியோல அப்வர்ட் ஆரோ இருக்கும். செட் வர்ச்சுவல் பேக்ரவுண்ட், சூஸ் வர்ச்சுவல் பேக்ரவுண்ட்.
அதெல்லாம் பண்ணிட்டேன்ப்பா, அதெல்லாம் பண்ணிட்டேன். இங்க உள்ள வந்துருச்சுடா.
ஆட் இமேஜ் கொடுத்துட்டீங்களா?
ஆமாடா.
கொடுத்துட்டு வரலையா?
உள்ள இங்க ஏறிடுச்சுப்பா, அப்லோட் ஆயிடுச்சு. வேற எதையும் செட் பண்ணணுமா? I have a green
அப்போ close
screen இருக்காது.
ஆமா அது போடுங்க கலரை சூஸ் பண்ணுங்க.
சூஸ் பண்ணாலும் வரலடா. எஸ்
ஏமா இப்பதான் வந்திருக்கு. ஓகே
என்னடா
ஓகே கொஞ்சம் உங்க கண்ணுக்கு கொஞ்சம் லைட் தெரியுது, அதை மட்டும் சரி பண்ணுங்க, மத்தபடி ஓகே.
ஒரே நிமிஷம். என்ன செய்யணும்ப்பா?
கொஞ்சம் ஏதாவது லைட் கொஞ்சம் மட்டும் அட்ஜஸ்ட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. லைட்டை மட்டும் கொஞ்சம் அட்ஜஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க. ஏதாவது ஜன்னல் இது ஏதாவது போட்டுங்க.
ஒரே நிமிஷம்ப்பா. க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுடா. க்ளோஸ் பண்ணு.
நீ உள்ள வந்துட்டியா? வரவே இல்லையே, என்ன பேர்ல வந்திருக்க?
லைட் போடுங்க.
தெரியுறாங்கண்ணா. ஓகேம்மா. அருள்வாணி மேம் மேம் யாரையும் அட்மிட் பண்ணாதீங்க மேம். ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் வரட்டும் மேம். அதுக்காக தான் நான் வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தேன். அவசரத்துக்கு தான் நான் ஹோஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்கேன். நீங்க அட்மிட் பண்ணாதீங்க. ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் உள்ள வந்தோம்னா நம்ம எல்லாரையும் அட்மிட் பண்ணுவோம்.
Sister Mercy, good afternoon.
Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am.
This is Rajakumari.
Okay, ma'am.
Sister, நீங்க அந்த பேக்ரவுண்ட் virtual background அனுப்புறேன், நீங்க வரல.
மேம் உங்க வாட்ஸ்அப்ல அனுப்பி விட்டுட்டாங்க மேம். சிஸ்டர்
பாக்குறேன்.
சிஸ்டர் ராஜகுமாரி மேம் அனுப்பி விட்டுட்டீங்களா? virtual background நேத்து அனுப்பி விட்டீங்களா நைட்டு? மேம் சிஸ்டர் have messaged you already ma'am.
சிஸ்டர் வரல சிஸ்டர். வாட்ஸ்அப் நம்பர்ல சிஸ்டர் நம்பர்ல இருந்து வரல.
சிஸ்டர் வரல.
வேற நம்பர்ல இருந்து இது வந்திருக்கா?
என்னோட மொபைல் நம்பர் ராஜகுமாரி மேம் அனுப்பிட்டீங்களா வாட்ஸ்அப்ல? மெயில் அவங்களுக்கு நீங்க கொடுக்கலையே, ஃபாதருக்கு மட்டும் தான் கொடுத்தீங்க. Ma'am, just wait a minute, ma'am. ஃபாதர் எல்லாம் உள்ள வந்துட்டாங்களான்னு கேளுங்க சிஸ்டர். Rajakumari ma'am. Rajakumari ma'am.
Yes, sister.
Ma'am, have you got the virtual background?
Yes, sister, I got it.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Dear participants, kindly mute your video and mic. Dear participants, you are requested to mute your mic and video.
Aina ka mamang ko ay kathara le ra milis ay na ihan han chang cha
ரெக்ஸி ரெக்ஸி வீடியோல வாங்க நீங்க ரெக்ஸி நீ வீடியோல வா மா அவங்ககிட்ட நீ சொல்லாதம்மா நீ வாமா
so when was pan semi
Aicuf and husbands from Tamil Nadu, India, and all over the country, you are most welcome for the national webinar organized by the Aicuf.
kogi
பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கீங்க ஆடியோவே ஒர்க் ஆகல
Cynthia? Cynthia? Cynthia?
ahumda noi karai chakani hai no ma danao pone lai bana diye adu haigat pada secretariat ai lehok ya roi amo ada commissioner na ne ye pau harakan
Servite no
Cynthia? Hello? Raja?
hello 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 hello
tam tong ni je de lak
Cynthia?
tara phawna da bagi semna ri hai ba akoina ngang da ba moina ngang ni da ga horin pa be na ma bi ba phawrate sigum baste ya hawraga analysis ne ba 2020 ge handaki new education policy to Manipuri Kanyam Tagamal, Horen Mika, Kadu Country, Kakapata, Nizam Kataneva Kakatushi, Natuna, a hand to hang out there, the Duna and Pungeta, Basalo, you need come up and the hang money, could try out together.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sister. Hello.
Good afternoon, Father. Good afternoon, Father.
Good afternoon, sister.
Father Emmanuel.
Yes, sister.
Okay, Father. You're most welcome, Father.
Yeah, thank you, sister. So I shall connect father dot 3 o'clock.
Yes, Father. Yeah.
I shall connect father dot 3 o'clock. Is it okay, sister?
Yeah. Father will be in your system only, Father?
Yeah. In the same system only.
Okay, Father. Thank you,
Thank you,
Father.
sister. Thank you.
சார் இங்க எதுக்குன்னு கேக்குது ஒரு Dear participants, kindly mute your mic and video because we are streaming it live on YouTube.
world stand in need of liberation, my Lord, it still has to feel your power. The blind and the deaf, the dumb and the maimed, all need to feel your healing touch. The world stand in need of liberation, my Lord, it still has to learn to love. There are those who have eyes but refuse to see the inhumanity that's done. There are those who have ears but refuse to hear the cries of those in agony. The world stands in need of liberation, my Lord, it still has to feel your power. The blind and the deaf, the dumb and the maimed, all need to feel your healing touch. The world stands in need of liberation, my Lord, it still has to learn to love. There are those who have mouths but the world stands in need of liberation, my Lord, it still has to feel your heart. The blind and the deaf, the dumb and the maimed, all need to feel your healing touch. The world stands in need of liberation, my Lord, it still has to learn to love. There are those who have talents but they do not use to build a true community. And we know that we all have the talent to love but leave it buried in ourselves. The world stands in need of liberation, my Lord, it still has to feel your heart. The blind and the deaf, the dumb and the maimed, all need to feel your healing touch. The world stands in need of liberation, my Lord, it still has to learn to love. There are those who have mouths but refuse to speak against injustice done to some. There are those who have hands but refuse to reach them out in love and charity. The world stands in need of liberation, my Lord, it still has to feel your power. The blind and the deaf, the dumb and the maimed, all need to feel your healing touch. The world stands in need of liberation, my Lord, it still has to learn to love. It still has to learn to love. It still has to learn to love.
Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Hello, sister. Is it audible? No.
Yeah.
Sound system is okay?
Okay, okay.
Very good. So I am
Okay,
ready.
thank you. Okay, okay, sir.
Good afternoon to all the participants. Our kind request, dear participants, please mute your mic and video. Dear participants, kindly mute your mic and video because your videos are live in YouTube. வந்துட்டாங்களான்னு கேளுங்க சிஸ்டர்.
வந்துட்டேன்.
You're most welcome, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good.
சுசிலாவோட கடையே இங்க இருக்கு.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries and the participants of this Aicuf webinar. Our kind advice, please mute your mic and video. And also, we are streaming it on YouTube also. If your friends are not allowed in the Zoom means, kindly pass it on this link to them, YouTube link to them. So I have shared the YouTube link in the chat box. Please pass it on to your friends.
இல்ல வர மாட்டேங்குது.
All need to feel your healing touch. to speak or need to feel your healing touch. The world stands in need of liberation, my Lord. It still has to learn to love. There are those who have mouths, but
automatic camera set பண்ணிட்டேன் Mercy sister, shall we start? Sister, shall we start, sister?
2 minutes, 2 minutes. Signal problem here. 1 minute, 1 minute.
முகம் முழுசா அங்கே தெரியுதான்னு அங்கே பார்த்து செட் பண்ணுறேன். முகம் தெரியுதா? அப்போ அந்த மேலே உள்ளதை அட்ஜஸ்ட் பண்ணுறேன். Good afternoon to all the dignitaries and the participants. Dear participants, a kind request. Before starting this event, I request you all to mute your mic and video. Kindly mute your mic and video because we are streaming it on the YouTube.
Princia?
Yes, sister. Shall we
Shall we
start?
start? Yes, yes. Stop it everything, ma. Let me start. Huh?
Yeah, it's ready. The platform is ready for you, sister.
Yes.
Kindly unmute your video.
Princia?
Yes, sister.
Shall I start?
Yes, sister, I can start, sister.
Good evening and warm wishes to everyone from Servite Arts and Science College, Pabuman, Togamalai. I take immense pleasure in welcoming everyone connected here. All that has been, all that is, and all that has ever been is for God alone and for His glory. Prayer really works wonder, and it springs from the heart. May I now invite Sister Rexy to invoke God's blessings through a prayer. Princia? Princia?
Yes, sister.
Prayer is not audible. Audible.
Heavenly Father and Mother, we praise and thank you for giving us this day to discuss the issues and prospects of national education policy. We remember gratefully the path traveled by your Aicuf for the past 26 years. Challenges before the Indian society by the various decision policy. Fill all our resource persons, Aicufers, ex-Aicufers, and the participants with your courage and wisdom to fight against the unjust values and policies imposed by the rulers and to create new society filled with truth, justice, equality, love, and human dignity.
Thank you, Sister Rexy. A joyful heart sees and reads the world with the sense of freedom and graciousness. I invite our principal, Reverend Dr. Sister Alphonse Roslyn Mary, to spread the sweet aroma of happiness through the words of welcome.
There may be times when we are powerless to prevent injustice, but there must never be a time when we fail to protest. Social justice is the essence of all human values. Our esteemed dignitaries of our Aicuf national webinar, our beloved former and present Aicuf advisors, full-timers, ex-Aicufers, our well-wishers, Professor Vimal Geral, Mr. Ilayaraja, and dear participants from all over India and abroad, good afternoon to every one of you. With heartfelt joy and pride, I am here to welcome each one of you for the national webinar organized by our Servite Arts and Science College for Women on the topic National Education Policy, Issues and Prospects. In this COVID-19 pandemic, experiencing lot of struggles, pains, stress, high for introducing national education policy 2020, which is indeed the national exclusive policy with the agenda of excluding the poor and marginalized. Our 97-year-old Aicuf movement, which always fight against the unjust structure, still continues its march successfully towards the justice. With this inner spirit of Aicuf,
Raja? Raja?
சொல்லுங்க சிஸ்டர். ஹலோ. Continue பண்ணுங்க சிஸ்டர்.
With great pride and gratitude, I like to introduce and welcome our chief guest. First of all, I would like to welcome our present national advisor, Reverend Dr. Emmanuel, who is leading the Aicuf for the past 6 years successfully. He is a very simple, gentle, and calm person and a silent achiever. He has been the principal of Loyola College, Vijayawada, and Loyola Academy, Hyderabad, and guided many PhD scholars. He got many UGC projects for the college and for the research work. He is a very committed teacher and educationalist who works for the improvement of education. We salute Aicuf and the National Aicuf Advisor. Hearty welcome, dear father. Next, I would like to welcome Reverend Dr. John Felix Raj, the first Vice Chancellor of Xavier University, Kolkata. He is an active Jesuit priest in Kolkata. He is very innovative and dynamic person with multifaceted personality. He's a great academician and one of the leading economists of our time. He was the state advisor of Aicuf for many years. Under his guidance, West Bengal Aicuf has done many great service
to the poor and marginalized, especially the Adivasi people of that state. Saint Mother Teresa of Kolkata has great regard towards Father Felix Raj by seeing his selfless committed service. Our former President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam and many great leaders from the country and the state, including the present governor and chief minister of West Bengal, visited the village, visited the college and appreciated his selfless service to the college, student society and the humanity. He was the president of many state responsibilities, Education Commissioner of West Bengal, Bengal Economic Association, and president of many human rights organizations. During his tenure as principal of St. Xavier's College, Kolkata, for 8 years, he had created a new face to the college by getting the in 2017, building twin hostels, new campus, both rural and urban area for St. Xavier's, starting Xavier's University. His initiative, college to village and village to college, is a very creative effort on education. He is a role model and icon of educational ministry. He was honored by 13 highest awards of the state, national and international. He is a great writer, journalist, and author of many books. We are proud of having you as a resource person, dear Father. Hearty welcome, Father. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Bernardi Sami, who is a well-known personality to every one of us. Many of you would have seen him in TV discussions about various social issues. He served as an associate professor and HOD of Department of History at Loyola College, Chennai. He has taken various responsibilities as Dean of Students, IKSC Coordinator, Outreach Director, and under his leadership, Loyola College has prepared the third cycle of NAC and got the highest score as 3.72. At present, he is Dean of School of Excellence at Loyola College. He has visited many countries and famous universities like Oxford for making policies like forced migrations, etc. He's a good writer, speaker, social activist, good educationalist, good leader, and above all, a compassionate person with love and cheer. He was the National Aicuf Coordinator of Aicuf for 5 years and has written many books, policies, etc. Some study history, some teach history, some become history. He is creating history after history in the world. Hearty welcome, dear sir. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Raja Kumari, an active ex-Aicuffer and present manager of Human Rights Education, Indians for International Trust, Bangalore. She is an icon of women liberation. She is a woman of knowledge, wisdom, courage, team leader, motivator, and agent of human rights and human dignity. She was an active Aicuffer even when she was a student at Holy Cross College, Trichy, and awakened the Women's Society by taking the responsibility as Tamil Nadu State Women Commission Coordinator, and as representative of Aicuf, she worked as Asia Pacific Coordinator at the International Movement of Catholic Students IMCS in Manila for 3 years. She was the first South Indian woman to work in the Asia Pacific region. After her return from Manila, she worked with various organizations, including People's Watch, Madurai, ISI Bangalore, National Aicuf Chennai, and Child Right Program Bangalore, and she has many networks and also self-help groups and women organizations. She has published many books, articles in Rally magazine and other magazines, conducted many seminars on human rights, and visited many places of the country regarding the human rights problem. She has written the famous book about the violence against women. Really, we are proud of you, Ms. Raji. You have added beauty and pride to our Women Commission of Aicuf. Hearty welcome. Dear participants, from various universities, colleges, and abroad. And my dear Aicuf family members, I cordially welcome each one of you for our national webinar. Vision without action is a daydream. Action without vision is a nightmare. Vision with action can change the world. COVID-19 should be an era for all of us to reimagine our present and future, reset the gaps and inequalities, and create a more inclusive society. The fundamental Aicuf. Let us reach out and our hands for this noble mission. This webinar will give us many inspirations. All the best. Thank you once again. Thank you. Hello?
Princia? Hello?
Sister, carry on, sister. You are online. Carry on, sister.
Yes, pa. Sister finished?
Yeah. Sister have completed. You carry on,
Problem.
sister.
Signal problem here, pa. Okay. Thank you, sister. Thank you, Dr. Sister Alphonse Roslyn Mary, for your words of welcome. We have to continue to learn. We have to be open, and we have to be ready to release our knowledge in order to come to a higher understanding of reality. The preparations are done and the moment has come. I now invite Reverend Dr. Father Emmanuel S.J. to deliver the inaugural address, and let us have the privilege of listening to his words.
Hello.
Yes, Father, you proceed.
My volume is okay?
Yes,
Yeah,
Father.
Dear Reverend Sister Dr. Rosalind, the Principal of Servite College, Tohamalai, Honorable Vice Chancellor Father Dr. John Felix Raj, St. Xavier's University, Kolkata, respected Professor Dr. Bernardi Sami, Mrs. Raji, the human rights activist and ex-ICAFer, and other dignitaries. I see a number of people, very eminent people attending this webinar. Dear students, ICAFers and other viewers, my greetings and best wishes to one and all. I'm really very happy here, but then our strange experience these days, we have to talk to audience whom we don't see. Indeed, it is my pleasure and honor to deliver a short inaugural address. I'm given just 7 to 10 minutes. I have simplified for the sake of the students, ICAFers who have newly come into ICAF. As you all know, Aicuf, All India Catholic University Federation is 96 years old. And in another 4 years, it will be celebrating its centenary, 100 years jubilee. One of the main reasons for its longevity is the constitution of Aicuf. I want to comment on two numbers of the preamble of the constitution, number 3 and number 7. Before that, they are just showing the logo of Aicuf. Let me make a comment on the logo of Aicuf. There are 3 leaves, continuous lines are there. The first leaf refers to university, which means the Aicuf students have responsibility towards the students of their own college or university. It means they have to do something for the college, something for the university, something for the student rights. The second leaf, the middle leaf, stands for the church, Catholic Church, which expects Aicuf to produce lay leaders. If you look at the list of former Aicufers, ex-Aicufers, they're all doing very well in the society. To cite a few examples, former retired Supreme Court Judge Justice Kurian Joseph, for example, he fought for rights. He stood for justice and truth. He is from St. Thomas College, Thrissur. And they celebrated 75 years of Aicuf. I had the opportunity to meet him there. And our Henry Defend, the human rights senior advocate, who has been fighting for the rights of the Thoothukudi, the recent phenomenon at the Sterilite factory in Tuticorin. You must be aware of the High Court judgment which came in favor of the people against the Sterilite factory. And like these people, there are so many eminent ex-Aicufers. Therefore, Aicuf has done its duty of forming lay Catholic leaders. The third leaf stands for the society. We need to prepare our students as agents of social change. And I just want to read the Aicuf, aim of Aicuf. We were born into an unjust society and we are determined not to live it as we have found it. அநீதியான சமுதாயத்திலே பிறந்து விட்டோம், நாம் அப்படியே விடமாட்டோம், சமுதாயத்தை மாற்றியே தீர்வோம். I'm just going to the number 3, the number 3 of the preamble. Just change the slide system. We, the members of All India Catholic University Federation, stand for the service and liberation of all human persons, as Jesus did, irrespective of caste, sex, language, and belief. Therefore, the Aicufers are supposed to receive their inspiration from Jesus Christ. And Jesus, I just want to make a few remarks about, Jesus Christ is known to all of us, whether you are Christians or Hindus. Jesus, before he began his mission, his public ministry, he said that the Spirit of the Lord was upon him to announce good news to the poor, eyesight to the blind, and freedom for the prisoners. He said that he would announce the year of Jubilee, which means the year of equality, when debts of the poor will be cancelled, bonded workers will be freed, and the excess land will be distributed to the poor. Jesus chose to be the hero of the poor, and the Aicufers are also invited to stand for the causes of the poor. Number 7 of the Aicuf Constitution says that, please change the next slide. As members of a Christian movement, we draw our inspiration from the life and teachings of Jesus Christ to build a new society for the poor. As most of our students may know about Jesus Christ, in his life, wherever he went, he reached out to the poor because they are victims of all sorts of unjust practices. Jesus went about doing good. He healed the sick, he gave eyesight to the blind, he made the lame walk, he raised the dead, he questioned those who were cheating the poor and the innocent. He questioned those who use their political power to make money and cheat people. Drawing new inspiration from Jesus, our model, the Aicufers are motivated to go about doing good, to stand for justice and build a new society. If you look at the Aicuf logo tells us there is gender equality, the 2 boys and 2 girls on either side, and Aicufers are supposed to stand for justice and truth and peace. Today, when we look at the Indian situation, we are saddened. Our economy was already bad. It has gone worse now after the COVID lockdown. No employment for millions and millions of Indians, no money, pushed into the valley of hunger and deprived of all basic needs. Using this lockdown, the parliament has passed a number of laws which are against the poor. One such law is New Education Policy 2020. It is against the poor, Dalits, tribals, the rural people, and minorities, includes Christians and Muslims. Emphasis on quality education, not access to all the citizens of India. Imposition of Hindi and Sanskrit on southern states is taking place. National Aicuf and state Aicuf must come out with constructive criticism and ask the government to take back the law or change the law radically. In the deeper analysis, the NEP 2020 is meant for achieving the caste-minded Hindutva agenda to establish one language, one culture, one nation policy. Indian plurality of cultures, diverse languages, and many traditions must be protected. More than anything else, Indian democracy is in danger. We as the responsible citizens of India must safeguard our democracy and Indian constitution. Aicufers must learn socio-economic political analysis to understand what is happening in India and elsewhere. Drawing inspiration from Jesus, let us decide to take the side of the poor and all that is possible to transform a better world to live in. May truth, justice, and peace prevail in our country. After India's independence, there have been a lot of education commissions. Radhakrishnan Commission 1948, Mudaliar Commission 1952, National Education Policy 1986, Yashpal Commission 1922, NCP 2005, RTE 2009. The previous policies and the gains made so far in education have not been taken into account in this policy. More importantly, this policy is a departure from the earlier policies in terms of commitment to build a national system of education based on common school system. This policy has some good ideas about what education should be in the 21st century. It uses arguments for changes such as the need for an education that will be for the 21st century, freedom in formulating the curriculum, doing away with the affiliating system, allowing colleges to have their curriculum and teaching methods, degree awarding facility, and so on. At the same time, the reform suggested goes against the federal system of the Indian Constitution. That is to say, all the states have to be independent to take care of the education of each state because states are different. Tamil Nadu is different from Manipur. Kerala is different from Gujarat. The reservation in educational institutions are done away with, and merit will be the only consideration for admissions in higher education, which means number of coaching centers will be mushrooming. Before students complete their school studies, they will have to attempt around 11 public exams. Minorities are not taken into account in this, which goes against the fundamental principles of the Constitution. Here I stop because we have eminent speakers to continue on the same topic. I'm sure Honorable Vice Chancellor, Father Felix Raj, himself an educationist and Aicufer, and Dr. Bernardi Swami, and Raji and others will surely share with you their valuable insights needed for molding our Aicuf youth as agents of social change. I thank Sister Dr. Rosalind, all the staff and students of Servite College, Togamalai, the Aicuf leaders, for inviting me to give this inaugural address. Thank you, one and all. If you have any questions, maybe you can keep to the end. Afterwards, I am going to stay on the webinar. I will be able to, in case there are questions to me, I will be able to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for your wonderful words. It's an absolute honor to welcome Reverend Dr. Father Felix Raj S.J. to deliver the keynote address. For his words mean a lot to us, since they carry a lot of wisdom and vision for our future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I thank the Servite College of Arts and Science, Togamalai, for giving me this opportunity to be with you on this webinar, particularly on this relevant and timely topic, New National Education Policy 2020. I want to congratulate Sister Dr. Rosalind and your faculty members for organizing this webinar. Congratulations for all that you are doing in your institution. Continue your good work and be assured of my prayers. I want to start my observations about this new National Education Policy 2020 with an anecdote. The anecdote is of the life of Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi studied law at London. One day in his class, his professor asked Gandhiji, Mr. Gandhi, as you walk down the street, you find two boxes. One box is full of wisdom and the other box is full of money. Which one will you choose? Mahatma Gandhi didn't even think for a second. He immediately said, sir, I will choose the box of money. The professor got very angry. He said, I thought you are a wise man. If I were in your place, I would have chosen the box of wisdom. And Mahatma Gandhi, who had the sense of humor, he said, sir, each one takes what one does not have. And so this new national education policy is to improve, is to give us that wisdom of this country. The policy was approved by the Union Cabinet just not even a month ago. And this is the third policy in India after independence. The first one was in 1968, the second one in 1986, and now the third one in 2020. The policy has 4 parts. The first part deals with school education, the second part with higher education, the third with some key areas like adult education, professional education, online education, and so on. And finally, the fourth part deals with implementation, financing, and making the policy happen. This policy, as it is set, replaces the 34-year-old national policy of the 1986. The cabinet also approved a proposal to rename the Ministry of Human Resource Development as the Ministry of Education. We are told that this policy is a policy for the 21st century. Let me address some of the salient features of the policy in the higher education sector. I restrict myself to the higher education sector, as we are all, of course, in colleges and universities and belong to the higher educational institutions. Number one, the policy views quality universities and colleges as part of the new and futuristic vision for India's higher education system. First, it points to major problems that our system faces today. Like, say, for instance, a veritably fragmented higher education system, less emphasis on the development of cognitive skills and learning outcomes, and so on. After having dealt with the shortcomings of the present system, the policy envisions a complete overhaul and a re-energizing of the higher education system. And this is to overcome these challenges that we face today and thereby deliver high quality higher education. Now, it proposes to have large and multidisciplinary universities and colleges. And it plans to have one college in every district. A more multidisciplinary undergraduate education is being contemplated by this policy. This policy emphasizes on faculty and institutional academy, revamping the curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, and student support for enhanced student experience is being emphasized. It is also establishing a national research foundation to fund outstanding peer-reviewed research and to actively seed research in universities and colleges. It gives greater emphasis on collaborative research with other higher educational institutions, funding agencies, and industries. And number three, it speaks of the institutional restructuring and consolidation. The policy envisages three types of higher educational institutions. One, research-intensive university. Two, teaching-intensive university. And three, an autonomous degree-granting college. It is also speaks about higher educational institutions in cluster, knowledge hubs, each of which will aim to have about 3,000 or more students. By 2040, all educational institutions shall aim to become multidisciplinary institutions. The aim of the policy is holistic increase in the gross enrollment ratio. It is now around 23-24%. Now it aims to have 50% by 2035. It is opening a Higher Education Commission of India, a single overarching umbrella body for the entire higher education, excluding, of course, medical and legal education, with 4 independent councils, one for funding, one for accreditation, the third for regulation, and the fourth for standard setting. Affiliation of colleges is to be emphasized. It will be phased out in 15 years, and a stage-wise mechanism is to be established for granting graded autonomy to colleges. Number 4 is towards a more holistic, multidisciplinary education. The MPhil program has been scrapped. PhD program can be done after a master's degree. The undergraduate degree will be of either 3 years or 4 years, with multiple entry and exit options. People will get certificates even after completing first year or second year and then third year. You may get diploma after 2 years and a certificate after first year. And number 5 is optional, optimal learning environments and support for students. Curriculum, pedagogy, continuous assessment and student support are the cornerstones of quality learning. The policy emphasizes on internationalization. India will be promoted as a global study destination, providing premium education at affordable costs, thereby helping to restore its role as a Vishwa Guru. Indian higher educational institutions with exceptional qualitative performance shall be allowed to establish overseas branches. The policy thinks of vibrant campus life. Vibrant campus life is essential for every higher educational institutions because students are the prime stakeholders in the educational system. And number 6, the policy talks about motivated, energized, and capable faculty with commendable intellectual resources. The most important factor in the success of higher education institutions is the quality and engagement of its faculty. It also speaks about equity inclusion in higher education, making quality higher education available to all individuals. The policy talks about transforming the regulatory system of higher education. It just mentions about curbing commercialization of education. And so these are some of the major features of the new National Education Policy 2020. Let me give you my observations of this policy. My first observation is this. What is the hidden reason for announcing this policy during this pandemic period? While all educational institutions are closed, not only in India, but all over the world, why did the government choose a time like this? I feel a wounded dog does not bark. Possibly the policy would go very easily. Very little must be discussed and talked about, maybe by some educational institutions. The government could have waited so that there would be a lot of energetic and active participation from all stakeholders of higher education. Is it an easy way out to pass this policy, and that too without any discussion in the parliament? My second observation is this. The policy is of a text 66 pages. It is old wine in a new bottle. Most of the ideas, programs, policies that you find in this NEP 2020 or either have been in practice in many institutions or have been reflected and talked about for the last couple of years, or we are discussing in the world of academics. And so there is very little that I see as something new in this policy. Number 3, many of the policies are not time-bound. While on the one hand, the policy has been called visionary, it is also termed as exclusionary. It does not take into account the contributions and implications for minority institutions. It just left out the contribution and the presence of the minority institutions. As observed by some academics, the policy recommends the need for better teaching and learning, better training of teachers, and more meaningful evaluation system. But it does not provide a realistic way by which private or minority institutions can raise funds to meet their needs in their own institutions. It is ironic to note that the policy on the one hand lays the foundation for privatization of higher education, but on the other claims to provide education for the marginalized and the underprivileged groups. Today, India spent 2.9% of its GDP on education in 2018-19. Our economy is going doldrums at the moment. The reasons, of course, is the COVID-19, and there are various other reasons. How are we going to fund education as a whole, and particularly the higher education? Can we realize the target of 6% as this policy envisages? Currently, the Indian government's expenditure on higher education goes extensively towards a small group of centrally funded elite institutions, IIMs, IITs, and so on. And a vast majority of the graduates of these institutions end up working and living outside India. The policy seems to favor this class of people by introducing the 4-year UG degree course to ensure that students can easily now transfer their degrees and credits to foreign universities. The policy remains vague on many issues and has several ambiguities and loose ends that are confusing and disturbing. As academics describe, the underlying philosophy of the new policy, views education as a commodity rather than as a service. Prime Minister Modi tweeted, and he said that the new national education policy was based on pillars of access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability, and that may education brighten our nation and lead it to prosperity. And he said it as a prophet. I wish it comes true. However, a close look at the policy belies his claim. The policy aimed at universal quality education has little to say on the subject of affordability. Education is under the concurrent list. It is shared by both the union government and the state governments. The policy is silent about the role and responsibilities of the state governments. State governments have their share to fulfill the mandate, quality, access, and affordability of this policy. While talking about the tribal areas and the tribal education, the policy introduces what it calls ashram shalas, a Sanskrit term. It does not recognize the distinct tribal cultural traditions. Questions are raised by tribals themselves, whether it is consummate with Sangh Parivar ideology. And so the policy is important for all of us to reflect upon. And we will have to make a very critical analysis of this policy. As people in the field of higher education need to make a constructive, critical study and analysis so that we will be able to implement the programs and policies of this National Education Policy 2020 in our institutions. I want to thank Servite College for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank Sister Rosalind for organizing this webinar. Thank you very much. and it was a platform for me to see some of my good friends. Father Dr. Emmanuel, the National Advisor of Aicuf, Dr. Bernardi Swami, of course, my good friends, and a few others. I want to wish you all a very fruitful webinar and discussion. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. What is this? Something.
Thank you, Father, for your vast knowledge and reflective message shared with us. Now I invite our eminent guest speaker, Dr. Bernard Sami, Dean of School of Excellence, Loyola College, Chennai, to take over the session.
Am I audible?
Yes, Father. Yes, Father, you proceed. Sir.
Okay. Okay.
Sir.
Okay. I'm looking for myself.
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And I would like to thank the college for giving me this opportunity, Sister Rosaline in particular, for this opportunity and for organizing a very timely seminar as indicated by Reverend Dr. Felix Raj, Vice Chancellor of the Xavier University. Very, timely webinar on NEP 2020. Rajkumari is here, and for the Felix, the Vice Chancellor, and Aicuf National Advisor, and all other friends. First of all, what I wanted to place it before you is this. Last year by this time, July, August, I wrote a column for a newspaper, and the column was on new education policy. And the title I used for the new education policy was this, because the draft was out and the draft was very widely discussed. And that was the time I also wrote this article saying that what is new in the new education draft policy of 2019. This was published, and this was a column. So I was writing a column, and this was a column. And then the following week, there was a response to it by, another person outlining the policies. The reason why I wrote this article, what is new in the new education policy, is this. I don't see anything new in the new education policy, because in the observations, while giving his observations, Father Felix Raj also mentioned this. I see three major sources for this new education policy. I will not go back to Radha Krishnan Commission and all that, but there were three major sources, and all in the 21st century. 2006, the Union government at that time, they asked the National Knowledge Commission at that time, under Sam Pitruda, to study the undergraduate education in India. And one Jesuit was also for the Fraser Mascarenhas. He was also Aicuf advisor of Mumbai. He was also a member of the commission. And their commission report came out, and then very widely discussed. And the National Knowledge Commission was the one which for the first time said that it was only 8% of the relevant age group are in the higher education sector. In other words, between 18 to 25, only 8% were able to enter the portals of higher education. And after that, And after that, the commission also recommended many things, but they said that undergraduate education in India, the paralysis of inaction. What is happening in colleges is nothing. And only if 100 students are going to pass the school, school finals, only 8 of them, 100 are, if they are going to pass, only 8 of them are 8% only. And then they also suggested that they were the first one to suggested that a national level regulatory authority. So now what is Higher Education Commission of India? It was not actually called as Higher Education Commission of India, but it was called by some other name, but they suggested. And then they also said that because India and Indian universities are not figuring in any of the Ivy Leagues, they said that let us create 50 top class universities in India, like a pyramidal system, and we will have other autonomous colleges and then other colleges, so that they can come up and then we can have quality in higher education. There are 3 major problems with regard to higher education in India. I'll also confine myself only to higher education, so that all of us who are in higher education will be able to see more in deep what is how the devil is revealed in detail in the new education policy of 2020. The first problem is a low rate of enrollment, which I mentioned to you, namely 8% the National Knowledge Commission said, and that is one source. And the second source is the Yashpal Committee report 2008 and 2009. Professor Yashpal is a well-known academic. He was chairman of the UGC. He was the one when TV was educational television was introduced. He was the one who used to teach physics, and everybody remembers his long flowing hair. And such a great scientist and educationist. And he headed that commission. Dr. Ananda Krishnan from Chennai, they were all members of that. And then the commission headed by him, they also very clearly indicated that Yashpal committee, they also said that our goal will be 20%. From 8%, we should move to 20%. So that was the that was the gross national enrollment envisaged in another 15-20 years. This was in 2006 and this was in 2008. 2008-9, they said this. And they also agreed with the National Knowledge Commission that there is a need for a national regulatory authority. And they were the first one to name it as Higher Education Commission. And it was Yashpal Commission, Yashpal Committee, which said that we will have a national regulatory authority that will be called as national the National Commission for Education. I will come to the composition and powers of it little later, because that's also very, very interesting one. The sources, I said 2 sources. One is the National Knowledge Commission of 2006. And the Yashpal Committee said that no doubt that educational institutions are of poor quality and we have to enhance. And then they also said that they gave one of the good recommendations of the Yashpal Committee was to close down all the deemed to be universities. They said that let there be a university, let there not be a deemed university. Also, Yashpal Committee was coming heavily on the private engineering colleges. The mushrooming of engineering colleges, the mushrooming of deemed universities. One building in North India would say that they are a deemed university. Another building would be in the same street, there will be 3 universities. That they condemn. And also the proliferation of the deemed universities and the proliferation of the engineering colleges, they condemned. And they said that it cannot happen like this. We need a national level regulatory authority. So the recommendations were towards it. So the problems are this. Number one, gross enrollment rate. In other words, the low rates of enrollment is a major problem in Indian higher education. Few years back, when UGC chairman at that time, Sukhdev Thorat, very eminent professor of JNU, later he became the UGC chairman, and till recently he was the ICSSR chairman. He also said that it is 16-17% only now, and we can enhance it to 20%. By that time, we also had the 11th Plan Commission report, plan, and then 12th plan. And both of them, they said that we will enhance it to 20%. I will come to the concerns, what Father Felix Raj said as his observations. I will share it as my concerns, where the gross enrollment rate that they are envisaging, 50%, will never happen. Because in 2006, it was 8%. And in 2008, they suggested that they will enhance it to 13, 14 or 20%. The 11th and 12th plan, UGC plan paper also says that. And UGC plan paper of 12th plan paper also said that this was the idea of Dr. Manmohan Singh. He said that let us have one university in every district. That was a very good idea, because if there is one university in every district, then there will be access to higher education for many. And many can enter the portals of higher education. So that was the idea. So the problem was low enrollment, number one. Number two, unequal access. I will come to it a little later by giving you the data on that. And then third, the poor quality of infrastructure as well as poor quality of education. With with these as the main factors for restructuring of higher education, or whatever you may call it, and these are the major three paper sources from which the new education policy heavily depended and borrowed, they went in for this. To put it positively, the goals of higher education, it can be seen this way. Or goals of higher education in the coming years will be, number one, expansion. Because the gross enrollment rate is so low, so it has to be expanded. Higher education willy-nilly has to expand. Number two, inclusion. Including the excluded. Many are excluded from higher education. In the map of higher education, many cannot enter the portals of higher education. So include. And third, quality higher education. So put it in a to put it in a positive way, this is the one. Last year, this time, all of us were discussing the draft national, draft new education policy, and that had 484 pages. You need months to read that and to understand that. So there were very few people, who were able to understand and then speak that. Finally, on July 29, the Union Cabinet has given the approval for this policy, which has 66 pages. So the 484 page, draft has become the 66 pages, policy paper. And in this, there is some focus, and one can see those focus, where it lies. Yesterday, Arvind Panigrigia was the first Niti Ayog chairman, and he is now teaching in Columbia University. He wrote the central page article, and where he said that about the new education policy. So he is from, the ruling, he is from the group that prepared, the new education policy. And he said that what is now, because Father has mentioned the features of the new education policy, I don't want to go into that, but to mention the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary, and the UG being for 3 years, 4 years. Now they are suggesting 4 years. 3 years you can leave, and what we call as a multi-entry system. If you leave in the first year, you will get a certificate. Second year, you will get a diploma. Third year, you will get a degree. Fourth year, you will get a PG diploma. And still, if you want to do your PG, after 4 years, it will be 1 year PG. If it is 3 years UG, the PG will be for 2 years. Anyway, it is 5 years. You will get a postgraduate degree. And he says that, the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary and UG 4 years, autonomous colleges, all that, he says that even within the current legal structure, it is possible. There is no need for new education policy for all this. Already it is happening. As he rightly mentioned, Father Felix Raj, Vice Chancellor, as he rightly mentioned, it is already available, it is already being experimented. Autonomous colleges have done it, and universities have done it. And so there is no need for, so he says that there is absolutely, the current legal structure itself provides for it. Any college who would like to become an autonomous college can become an autonomous college. And why you are saying that, that it will be categorized into research focused universities, teaching focused universities, and those universities, they are envisaging 25,000 to 30,000 students in the draft policy it is there. And then colleges in the draft policy, they said they should have at least 5,000. And with many feedback, being received on the draft, they have now reduced the number to 3,000. Every college should have at least 3,000. Otherwise, they will be clubbed together, clustered together, in the sense that smaller number, if your college is going to have smaller numbers, they will be put together as one college in one area. So those are the things, that they, but he says that, it is not new in the new education policy, it is already existing. And secondly, the National Research Foundation and all that, for that, if you look at the fund allocation, it is 0.69, which is very, very, very small with that, to stand, to compete at the international level. It is going to be very difficult. And this also has been pointed out to many. And a reference also was made by Father Felix to the 6%. Where the 6% comes from? In 1964, the Kothari Commission said that the GDP for education, it should be 6%. And in that, at that time itself, they said that 2% should be for higher education. So what is said in 1964, after 46 years in the new education policy, now they are saying that in the GDP, they will give 6%. And this 6% also, if you, go into the details, the money will be raised through public-private partnership. And there will be a lot of, they have made provision for the corporate sector to come in with the CSR funds into educational sector. If that is going to come, what type of education will be imparted, I will leave it to you. But these are the things that are envisaged, and I will not go into the features as it has been mentioned by Father Felix. Now let me share with you one by one my concerns on higher education in this new education policy 2020. Number one, about the gross, enrollment ratio, 50%, impossible, because we are having only 20%, 25%. That itself, in my opinion, is an inflated number. So if 100 are going to pass the school final, only 20, 25 can enter the portals of higher education. That is right now. In another 15 years, to enhance it to 50%, I think it is near impossible. That is not going to happen. By that time, the 30,000 and 40,000 universities with that capacity, we don't have infrastructure for that. And all colleges cannot admit, 3,000 to 5,000 students. And they have given the number of colleges, and also they have said that the cluster of colleges, so many colleges will be put together, is a danger. And that is one thing I see it, very clearly as a great concern, because even after nearly 70 years of independence, we are not able to, 73rd we celebrated, and even after, so many years of independence, we are not able to give even 25 to 30% of our young men and women, give them the chance to enter the portals of higher education. So this is a major concern and a real concern, and I'm sure that this is a concern of many in this country, because families with the children, they would like to send their children to college, and nearly 75% of them, they cannot go, which means higher education is denied. So that has to be taken into consideration, as we discuss the policy, higher education policy. Second, I am coming to the composition of the Higher Education Commission. Though I did not discuss it with the features in the Higher Education Commission is going to come up. And this is a Higher Education Commission India. And this is what the Yashpal Commission suggested. The Yashpal Commission or committee, whatever you may call it, the recommendation was an excellent one. They said that let's have a national level, higher education commission, like the Public Service Commission, Human Rights Commission, like that we will have a higher education commission. And the Higher Education Commission of India will be headed by a Nobel laureate. That's what they said. A Nobel laureate, they were looking for, to take the higher education of India to that level. They said that get a person with a Nobel laureate to head that. The standard should be like that. And then we will have 6 others. 7 members will be heading that. And in that, one will be accreditation, one will be grants and all that. But, good composition they gave. But in the draft policy of last year, draft of the new education policy, they gave the composition. The Prime Minister will be presiding over the Higher Education Commission. There will be bureaucrats from all the departments, central secretariat departments, and there will be, politicians, as members of the Higher Education Commission. So if this is going to be the composition of the Higher Education Commission, I don't think that we can expect anything, new, innovative, creative, a great vision for India and a great vision for the youngsters of this country for higher education. Higher education, in other words, is is politicized. The politicization of higher education. Higher education should be out of the hands of whoever comes to power. I'm not saying that, this is the party which comes to power, that is the party that comes to power. Whichever party comes to power, higher education should be a non-reachable one, because this is a subject on which everyone is interested. Everyone's concern is there, and everyone is concerned. And it is a matter of concern for the entire nation. So that way, this Higher Education Commission should be apolitical, non-political. It cannot be political. So in that way, the Higher Education Commission composition, though it is not spelled out in the policy here, but the draft policy has the composition of the Higher Education Commission. And you compare it with the Yashpal Committee report, then you will understand what kind of people we need for this. And secondly, this is a major concern for me, and many are now started expressing it. We have the state university, state Tamil Nadu. We have Bharatiyar, we have Bharatidasan, we have Periyar, we have Madra Kamaraj University, University, Tirunelveli MS University. We have all these universities. You may have 101 complaints with your state university. I have no problem. Yes, problems are there. But at the same time, look at the 70 years of history. Many were able to take their PhDs because of the state universities. Many were able to become teachers because of the state universities. Now, under the new education policy, the state universities will come under the Higher Education Commission. The Vice Chancellor will be appointed by the Higher Education Commission. Already they have, they have tried this with the Madras University. Yesterday, they appointed the Vice Chancellor. And the Vice Chancellor search committee was headed by the sitting Vice Chancellor of the JNU University. Never it happened in the history. It all, the search committee members will be from our own universities, our own educationists. They will be recommending the 3 names, and the Chancellor will choose one. Already the wrong precedents are started. With the Madras University Vice Chancellor, this time, though he is coming from Anna University, I have absolutely no problem with that. But look at the JNU University Vice Chancellor is heading the search committee of the Madras University. State universities, if they are going to come under the Higher Education Commission, we are in for trouble. We are in for trouble, and I think this is not going to serve the interest of the state not the interest of higher education. This much you can be sure. And this is a great matter of concern that I wanted to share it with you. So Theo Thoret, once again, I wanted to quote him because he was writing in one of his articles in the Hindu. He said that in 2008, when he was writing this article, he said that only 17% are entering the portals of higher education. Having said that, he said that in 2008, as against an all India enrollment rate of 17%, the breakup of these categories, who are entering the colleges and universities in India. So as a UGC chairman, he gives this figure from horse's mouth. 7% scheduled tribals. If there are 100 tribal boys, girls passing school final, only 7 can enter. 11% of the scheduled caste, 7 STs, 11 SCs, 28% OBCs, other backward classes, 28%, 47% dominant class. You may have enrollment for school, everybody should go to school and enter school and study in school, all that is there. But when it comes to higher education, you can very, very clearly see that SCs, STs, backward classes, entry for them, even before the national policy of education about which we are discussing, the policy we are discussing, it was difficult. Then how it is going to be rectified, we don't know. And the same trend is continuing, and it will continue. In my opinion, with this new education policy, the number of others will decline, because I'm coming to it by another concern, which I'm going to share it with you. Maybe at this point I can share it with you. The SEDGs, the new term that has come into effect, socially, economically disadvantaged groups. This policy talks more about the SEDGs. It talks very, very less about the SCs, STs, and backward classes. In the draft policy itself, we wrote to them that a reservation is not mentioned in the 484 pages of the draft. We said that this is a great concern for us. Only with the reservation, they were able to enter the universities and colleges. And now you are not speaking, and the word is not mentioned in the 484 pages of the draft education, the draft of the new education policy. The word caste was used as the passing reference only 2 times in the draft. And taking cue from taking cue from the response they received, they have said that financial support will be given to SCs, STs, SDGs, SEDGs, socially, economically disadvantaged groups. We know that how they are benefiting in the last few years, and that has been given. Privileging the SEDGs over SC, STs, and BCCs cannot be accepted. So my second concern I shared with you, the state universities are going to be, whatever role, limited role, maybe they would have played a limited role. You may have 101 complaints against them. I have absolutely no problem with that. But many of us were able to get our PhDs only because of the state university. If this is going to come under the Higher Education Commission, and the appointment of vice chancellors and all other administrative measures are going to be from the Higher Education Commission, I think that systematically the infrastructure built in the states will be, educational architecture in the state will be destroyed. The fourth one, I think this was mentioned. If it is not mentioned, I wanted to elaborate a little bit about the 1986 last policy, education policy, had a lot about the secular character of education, secular character of the country, and the secular nature of the education. The word secular was used, this document doesn't use this at all. And also one of the, in one of the center page articles, they have, this lawyer has mentioned, Ravindran, yesterday in the Times of India, that in the fully funded and partly funded institutions, you cannot impart any religious, you cannot impart religious education, anything related to education. We will put it in that. And whether that will be maintained and whether that secular fabric will still be maintained in the institution that receive complete money from government, maintained by government, or partially given aided institutions, whether that secular fabric will be maintained is a major question. And second, all of us know that in this country, the contribution made by the missionaries to education and higher education and the Christian institutions, and you take whether NIRF ranking or you take yesterday's the week's ranking has come. You take any of these rankings, many of the colleges are the colleges run by the Christian missionaries who never discriminated anyone on the basis of religion, and they have a impeccable track record of providing quality higher education, but at the same time throwing open the doors to the education of the underprivileged sections of the society. This is a known factor. This is a known fact. And with this, not a mention about, the minority run institutions, and, at least a word about, these institutions will be supported and the government will be with them to enhance the quality of higher education. Nothing about that. So that is very sad, because whether the secular character of the country, is maintained, going to be maintained, we don't know. I will leave it at this level. Another concern of me is this. Most changes suggested in the new education policy, it will involve external amendments to various union and state legislations. It is not only central government acts that has to be amended, state government acts also has to be amended. And many are writing, and by this time everyone is now sure that education is concurrent in the concurrent list. But before saying that education the concurrent list, when the framers of the constitution, why it was in the state list? When the framers of the constitution, when they drafted the constitution, they wanted education to be with the states. We are celebrating them and we are co-opting them. Yeah, everybody, when they come to power, they co-opt everyone, and then we are co-opting them. At least, as a respect to the framers of the constitution, if you unlock their minds, you will know the secret of putting education at the state level. State, it is a state subject. It is not only in, it is not only in our country, they put it in the state. It is all over. You will see it is the local governments. It is others who will deal with education, right? America did not have a federal Department of Education until 1980, and only when they had the problem of African Americans being denied admissions, they said that we will have a federal agency on education. And for what? For affirmative program. They said that in America, every university should admit this much of certain percentage of students from the African American African Americans. Because the institutions were not admitting African Americans, they established a ministry for education, a federal agency for education. Otherwise, for a long time, even in US, there was no centralized education ministry, centralized education department. And all of us know that in our country, if it is in concurrent list, it is with you. And one of the framers of the constitution, Santanam, he said that if any subject is going to be in concurrent list for 10 or 15 years, it becomes a central list. It becomes a central subject. It becomes a union subject. So automatic. Am I audible? You can see me?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right, right. Suddenly my picture disappeared, so I thought that okay, okay, fine. So that's another important one, and I wish that you keep that also in mind. And so in that way, we have to make a lot of changes in the legislation, union and state. And they say that in the change of the legislations, bills, laws, already laws in existence, and the laws to be passed, all that will have a major intervention from the center. And this is what is the worry everyone is expressing with this. And financial support, I told you that how the financial support is not going to come. It is only 6%. And 6% was envisaged when it was in 1964. And finally, the draft also had some good things like the new education policy suggested establishing liberal universities, because in the last 10-20 years, the Sonpet Ashoka University has become such a famous university for humanities, only for humanities. And then in South, they wanted to have one in Tamil Nadu. Anyway, Tamil Nadu government, did not agree for it, or I don't know what happened, but they went to little away from Tamil Nadu to Andhra Pradesh, to the Sri Sri city. They have gone Kriya University, where a BA in history and sociology will cost you 10 lakhs. And then, humanities has come to, to that level. Today, people are seeking for humanities. IITs are having humanities and social sciences, a very big program. So humanities and social sciences only, we need more, people studying humanities and social sciences, so that the ills and evils of the society can be identified, and people can, work on that. And we have many technocrats in this country, and, sciences are given a lot of importance in this country. And this is one area where the draft had a lot of input on the, at least, draft national education policy said that they will establish 5 universities. And also this, 66 pages policy also has this, like special economic zones, a special educational zone. That's a welcome feature. Wherever, the rate of higher education is very small, universities will come up. And that is what we have been talking. And many of you, I believe, are the ex-Aicufers. And you know that education has been a major thrust area of Aicuf. Aicuf has been discussing on education, and being a student movement, education is a concern for all the Aicufers. And ex-Aicufers would recall, all their meetings and conferences and seminars and their own interventions. And Aicufers, every year they would be asked to go to the, wherever they are studying, they will be asked to do a campus culture study. And we prepared even a curriculum for the campus study, culture study. And imagine when I entered, Aicuf in the 90s, in the 80s itself, some of the ex-Aicufers, they were talking about Pattikattai Palkalekada. They said that the universities should reach out. And at that time itself, the innovative ideas like flying university, holiday university, barefoot university. Imagine, I'm talking about, the 70s and 80s. At that time itself, when students were able to talk about university should not be a static one, it should be mobile. It should reach out to the people where it is needed. Barefoot university, holiday university, flying university. Like that, there were many concepts about which those Aicufers were speaking. And I think that this is time for Aicufers and ex-Aicufers to think, to look at the national education policy and to prepare ourselves for the next 15, 20 years. Anyway, this is not going to come into effect immediately. They have given the time period 2035 and 2040. By 2035 only, all these things will emerge. And every time in India, when a new government comes, this question is raised, whether this government will survive 5 years. From the beginning, whenever a government comes to power, whether they will survive 5 years, whether this government will survive. But now we have to ask the question little differently. Not will this government survive by 2035? Will India survive by 2035? Thank you for this opportunity.
Now the session is open for the discussion. Dear participants, you are welcome to clarify your doubts now. Kindly post your questions in the chat box.
Good evening, sir. On behalf of YouTube participant Meera, what is the fate of diploma in elementary education?
Can't hear you.
What is the fate of diploma in elementary education?
Diploma in elementary education.
Yeah.
Sorry, some of us, I think both me and Father Felix, we were talking more about, the higher education. I thought that Raji will definitely take up the school education and speak. And see, the whole education is going to come under, a separate category. And undergraduate education will be clubbed with, the B.Ed education. And the diploma education, as such, they have not mentioned anything about the diploma education, but a diploma and many other, many other certificate courses and diploma courses that prepare teachers, at the lower level. All that has to be, including MPhil, is going to be scrapped. And all that will come under the silos. They have created silos. Over Birova, silos. And education is one silo, and that is going to come under that. And they are going to make it 4 years, 5 years. And they say that if after a 3-year degree, if a student wants to go for B.Ed, they can do a 2-year B.Ed degree. Anyway, this is very, very confusing as far as the teacher education is concerned. There is no clarity.
Thank you, sir. One more question from YouTube participant. Kindly elaborate how NEP 2020 is anti-poor and anti-minority.
Father Felix is going to take up, or Father Felix available?
Felix, Father?
You can go ahead.
Okay, right.
Dr. Bernard, yes, go ahead.
Okay, right. Yeah, anti-poor. I told you 6% GDP is nothing. 6% GDP was suggested in 1964. And today, if we are going to talk about 6% of GDP, it is going to come only from the private sector. And one of the statistics given by Sukdevo Toret is 59% of the students are now in the private colleges, higher education, private colleges, and only 30% are in the government funded colleges. He also has given a number like, something like 712 out of the 712 universities, 360 universities are private. In that way, unless and until you have money, you cannot, study. Higher education needs two things hereafter in our country. One is not, I think, at least in Western countries, in America, they will always say, after 18 years, because after the school education, they take up a job, earn money, and then go for higher studies. Here, you need money to enter higher education, unless and until, and you know very well that in India, those who are, those who have taken their higher education degrees, whether it is engineering or medical or even postgraduate degrees and, masters in business management, they all start their career as a debtor. கடனாளியா தானே எல்லாரும் வாழ்க்கை ஆரம்பிக்கிறாங்க. பேங்க் லோன் வாங்கி தானே எல்லாரும் முடிக்கிறாங்க. அப்ப வந்து the COVID-19ல வந்து இப்ப பெரிய ஸ்ட்ரெஸ்ஸே எல்லாருக்கும் என்னன்னா, they are not able to repay the loan. nor get a job. They have to repay the loan. So the easy way, financial help அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு போட்டாங்க அவங்க. They have very carefully avoided the term scholarship. You must read, the devil is in detail. For that, you have to read this article. You have to read the draft, 478 pages. You read, then you will understand. And very clearly they say that financial support will be arranged. With whom? With the bank. You have to pay the interest. And also they have included for SCs, STs, other minorities and others, they have included merit also they have included. So while giving scholarship to SCs and STs and others, merit also will be considered. So in that way, definitely this is anti-poor. It is anti-minority because the term secular is not used, and then absolutely there is no reference to the minority rights, and under the minority rights, the minorities have a right to establish and run the institutions. And a word about that should be there, in the educational policy, 86 policy you have. And you are citing 86 policy as the last policy. Please go through that policy. Thank you.
Another question, sir. Why GER in higher education so low? What are the factors responsible for it?
I don't know. Maybe our policy makers and rulers, they wanted to keep the population illiterate and ignorant. Maybe that they have not taken any effort in terms of expansion of the higher education. I think the whole awareness was only in this century with the National Knowledge Commission telling us this 8%. I don't think that if the National Knowledge Commission has not told us that it is 8%, we would have remained with that. Then only everybody started, discussing about the gross enrollment ratio, GER, we have to enhance it to, at least by talking, like that, you enhance. But the problem is government is withdrawing and the private sector is overtaking, and the students studying in private institutions are more and government institutions are less. And in the government institutions, you get everything. You take Tamil Nadu as a great example of social justice, that how so many were able to get, enter the portals of higher education, state universities with a scholarship. With that only many were able to study and complete their higher education. That is not going to be the scenario in the days.
Another question, sir. Whether NEP diploma gives technical knowledge to students?
This is a good question, but I would like to look at it from another perspective, because I also, taught and continued to teach this American history for a very long time. In America also, when they started, universities, credit system and this multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary. Actually, at one point of time, the universities, they felt that with the multidisciplinary system and interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, you study various subjects, art, science, commerce, engineering, everything. That at one point of time, they identified it as an educational chaos. It leads to educational chaos. And you are not a, you are a jack of all trade and master of none. At the same time, specializing in one is also very, is also a danger. And we have been doing that. You study physics, it's maths, it's biology, economics. And, in medicine, they have gone to the specialization of a left eye specialist and right eye specialist, left nostril specialist and right nostril specialist. Who, which doctor will tell me, by examining my body, what is the problem? A general medical practitioner, very difficult to find today. And this is what is the problem with the multidisciplinary and with sole specialization. We have to strike a balance between the two. And this is what they have done it in many of the universities, IITs and other places. Okay, in IITs, you study your technology courses, but you have to take, if you have 250 credits, 25 credits should come from humanities. Because it is the humanities, your science has to be humanized. You have to become a human person to look at the science. Otherwise, science in itself will be for distraction. So for that, you need humanities. That is the reason why in MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, they started a very big humanities program. Very big technological university is MIT, but at the same time, equally very big humanities department in order to humanize the sciences. And that is the whole idea behind that. So if that can be done, balancing, multidisciplinary means not that, see, you can take all introductory courses. I can take introduction to sociology, introduction to history, introduction to technology, introduction to physics. I can take 10 courses, finish 60 credits, and then pass and get a degree. What is the use? And that is what they call it as educational chaos. Thank you.
Another question, sir. Is there anything included for women education in NEP 2020?
This is a good question, and they have included. They have very, forthrightly and outwardly and openly and in a very recognizable manner, they have said that gender education is recognized and special efforts will be taken, and also about financial help for. So that is one good thing I see in this new education policy.
This is the last question, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
How to defeat this NEP?
You plan. Well, yeah, you plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your highly valuable and informative session. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's time to invite our valiant speaker, Ms. M. Rajakumari, Manager HRE, Bangalore, to take over this session.
Good afternoon, everybody. And let me begin by thanking Sister Rosalind for this opportunity. And also I congratulate Sister Rosalind and Servite College and the Aicuf unit for organizing a seminar on this important topic at this point. And warm greetings, and I'm so happy to see all my old and Aicuf friends and advisors who have groomed us and who have set the fire in us. And I'm also happy to back into the Aicuf fold. And after a long time, and for this opportunity to interact with Aicuf students, especially girls, because I grow as one of you. So I understand most of the issues that what you go through, and I went through the same. Let me begin because most of it is being covered. While I'll focus a little bit more on the other side of it, school education, because when we talk about higher education, unless if we cross the school, we won't even able to see the higher education side. Also as a person who have worked with children in the last 10 years, I'll share my little experience based on what I feel about this policy. Can you see the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I have started with the history, but I'm not going into detail about the history because history professor is here, and already Professor Father Felix have pointed out few aspects of the history. The only thing that I really want to highlight between the last two policies and this policy is that the major events that happen between those policies and this policy. So NEP is the third education policy since after independence. While there are a lot of commissions have set up, initially for higher education separately and for school education separately and holistically for education in general. The two main processes that happen is education was made as a fundamental right. That is something that I think we have to see when we see education as a right. It's very important. It was made as a fundamental right in the Constitution that gives the legitimacy for us to demand certain things that we would like to demand. And based on that, we have the RT Act, which came into force in 2010. So this policy comes after this events. While you would have seen in the media that most of them, they really appreciate this policy, including some of the opposition leaders. They appreciate this policy. It's been not really challenged the way it's supposed to be. Here, these are some of the highlights that this policy is being appreciated for. So one thing this policy says, reiterates in many places, that it's going to address all the gaps that are there in the last 3 decades. That's what this policy says and promotes. But like very clearly pointed out by Dr. Bernardisami and Father Felix, this policy doesn't talk about reservation, or it doesn't talk about addressing any inequalities. One thing I'll go in detail in the next slide about it. The second thing is the GDP, 6% GDP. Again, Dr. Bernardisami has clearly explained it. I don't want to go into detail. When the state has not taken any responsibility, any accountability, is it a reality? That is a question. The other aspect that's very highly promoted is that this policy makes universal education from the age group of 3 to 18 years, which is one of the main demands ever since the RTE Act came into place, but it doesn't have a legal backup. So again, it's a question whether it's going to be a reality. And the fourth aspect is also something that is very well prized, is that this policy recommends education in mother tongue up to 5th standard, but again, it's not mandatory. So it may not get implemented as such. Some of the major highlights, I'm not going much into detail into the higher education as it has been covered very well. Some of the major changes this policy proposes include, it changes the structure. Basically from 10+12 system to 5+3+3+4 system. And one of the most important factor is that it introduces board exam from for 3rd standard, 5th standard, 8th standard, 10th standard, and 12th standard. And also it gives kind of a flexibility to choose subjects. And the other 2 controversial topics that has been discussed widely in Tamil Nadu is it introduces vocational courses from 6th standard, and also it introduces the 3-language policy in schools. The other aspects about higher education is already spoken about, so I'm not going into that aspect. And some of my main concerns are, one is, I would like to question on the purpose of the policy itself, whether the policy is going in line to what it is aimed at. That is my first challenge. And my second question is also, this policy is for mainly targeted children and youth. So whether it caters their interest, whether it keeps their interest and their welfare at the center of the policy. These are my 2 main challenges that I would like to raise. And after that, I would like to highlight few other challenges that has been already spoken about it, but I may give kind of an overview about it. One thing is, when the draft policy was released, the one thing that really highlighted this is that this policy addresses the challenges in terms of access, equity, quality, affordability, accountability, etc., in the education system. But if you go through either the draft or the present form in the current policy, even though the policies, it starts with this line, even the policy right now, it starts with the statement that education is for an equitable society. It's not even says equal, it says equitable society. That's how the policy starts with. But what actually is there is, it doesn't give any solutions or reforms to any of the existing challenges and disparities. It only dismantles structures from 10+2 to 5+3 or whatever it is, and it paves way for privatization. That's what the policy does. If the policy has to address some of the existing disparities, they have to really taken into consideration some of the recommendations that put forth by the earlier commissions. For example, the common school system is one of the main recommendations by the Kothari Commission, which means it's not a uniform education. It's an equal education for all, which insists on state funding for education. And also it emphasis on equal opportunity, equal resource allocation, equal kind of infrastructure for all, from your Navodaya schools to the government schools in the tribal area, or in the poor rural village, whatever it is. That is one thing that this policy doesn't talk about it at all. The second thing, already Dr. Bernardi Swamy has pointed out about the affirmative action in education. We are a caste-ridden society, a society that is unequally divided based on caste. If you want to make it equitable, you need to challenge those inequalities. But it doesn't talk about anything about affirmative action, and rightly pointed out by Dr. Bernardi Swamy. I also searched this. The word caste is not mentioned in the policy except when it is referred as a technical term. The other thing that is an important thing that came in the last, in the decade is the RTE Act, which it has its own limitations, but still it guaranteed many aspects. But this policy is once again has diluted that RTE Act. For example, the concept of school complex is totally against this RTE Act's thing, class that you have to have a primary school in 1 kilometer distance and you have to have a secondary school in 3 kilometer distance. And we know in the last 10 years, thousands of government schools have been shut down. You can just go into the data in all the states, especially in the southern state, many schools have been shut down. And the other aspect that RTE Act, which was highlighted as one of the main features, is the no detention policy. And the whole purpose of this no detention policy is that children who have gone out of schools, like dropouts, children who are child laborers, they have a hope to come back and study. So that is why this whole continuous the no detention policy up to 8th standard was introduced. But when this government came into place, it kind of made an amendment to that policy, and as well as now it has introduced continuous assessment. I would say altogether that it doesn't focus, instead of focusing on equity, it focuses on uniformity. And uniformity in a multicultural society is a dangerous thing, as we all know. What is that? The other thing, I'm a human rights educator. I've been doing my human rights education program, part of my organization, that I work with now. This policy doesn't have any provision for human rights education. Although in the last 3 decades, there has been a call worldwide to introduce human rights education in schools, and the People's Watch program in Tamil Nadu is one of the pioneer programs in terms of human rights education in schools, and we have seen what kind of impact it has created. But nevertheless, there is no mention of human rights education. It's not only equity in the education, but you need a just equity and society, then you need to have this changes set in mind. So then for that, you need kind of a human rights education program, and that doesn't set. And my next challenge is that this policy is catered to children and youth. I'll keep my challenges. I'm a mother, and also as a person who's journeying with children in the last 10 years, I like to ask on behalf of them, are the drafting committee members represent the interest of children? How many of them have worked with children in their career? If you see the profile of the drafting committee members, most of them represent either higher education or they are not into really into in the education sector itself. This is one challenge that, a very highly, members who come from a dominant caste background, how can they understand a life journey of a tribal child who walks 10 kilometers or 8 kilometers to school, who's a first generation learner, who has to go through many hurdles, who attends a school that has no teachers or one teacher, who attends a school that has no toilet? How would they understand the journey and the struggle of a child who come from this background? That's my first question. And the second question is already Father Felix have raised, why there is a hurry in implementing when it's going to affect the children. Future, it's not just for a year. It's not a policy that is just affecting, in few months or, a few years, but it's going to affect the future of the children. Then why there is a hurry? As somebody, as a mother and as a person journeying with children, I don't want my child to go through a struggle, a stressful childhood, like, attending a mandatory education from the age group of 3 and to learn 3 languages and to go through exam every year, every alternative year, and to take vocational jobs at that age. I feel that is a childhood to celebrate. I don't want any of my child to go through that kind of experience, but this policy brings in that at the center. So my question is that, is this policy or is education is for the well-being and growth of the children, or are we preparing human capital for a market economy? So that is my, these are two my main concerns that keeps really bothering me ever since, this policy has come into place. The other challenges that I would like to really highlight is, this has been really spoken about it, but the whole aspect of centralization, it's not just from the, it starts from your curriculum, your framework, and also it's in the regulatory mechanisms as well. So it's not only in the higher education field, it also, there is a recommendation that the textbooks, right now we have textbooks that are written from our state governments. But there is also, it says that textbooks will be translated into regional language. That means that curriculum will be framed centrally, and the teachers' education will be framed centrally, and also all these regulatory mechanisms. And I just want to highlight 2 aspects here, because we have spoken about it earlier. One thing is this, what is this national level entrance test for all streams? What lessons we have learned from the NEET experiences? What does that mean? I think this is where the filtering mechanism happens. Like, the filtering mechanism starts from 3rd standard, but if you manage to come through till the college, again, there is another filtering mechanism. And also this word fragmentation is also very quite, problematic, I feel. Is diversity is called fragmentation? So is that why we kind of, centrally regulate higher education institutions? And that is one of the thing that we really need to pay a lot of attention about what is the role of state, and how have they been engaged in the drafting process. In future, what is the role they are going to play? I think this is something, a question that really we need to keep at the center of when we analyze NEP. The other main area, I think, that is really pushed so strongly is the privatization of education. I think we need to understand a little bit of a background. One thing is this, the concept of privatization is not new in the NEP 2020. It's been introduced, in a very limited way in the 1986 draft policy, and also with all neoliberal policies, it has started. As a result, we see now what is its impact. I live in Bangalore, and if a student here have to study a bachelor degree in a college that is service oriented, not a profit oriented, a service oriented college, they have to pay a minimum of 1 lakh per year. That means if you complete your course, your BA, you need to complete 3 years up to at least 3 lakhs, that excluding your hostel fees. And there are private universities that charges 40 lakhs for your 3 years UG program. So there are private universities that charges nearly 30 to 40 lakhs for your private education. So that is what it means. And also this is something that also I just like to point out. Some of the recommendations in terms of, opening up foreign direct investment, or the policy points out there will be a legislative framework facilitating for entry of foreign universities. All this, it's not just a new thing that emerged now. When BJP was in rule, when Vajpayee government was in rule, there was a policy framework reform committee, a small committee formed, and it was convened by Mukesh Ambani, and one of their members was Birla of the committee. I don't think in any country an industrialist will frame, a corporate giant will frame education policy for a country. But they put forth certain recommendations in 2000 itself. And you could see some of the reflections of those recommendations in this current policy. So it's not just an origin now, but it has its roots. And also under this, private schools, if somebody has to open, only they change the term. This whole NEP, the words are, it's kind of really like a fantasy. If you read it, you'll really, feel happy about it. And only when you read in between, then you will understand, how this inequality is, kind of reinforced in a way, in a very beautiful language. So they only renamed those words instead of private, public-private partnership, and they put public philanthropic partnership, but it's actually promotes. And schools now, if private schools have to open, it clearly says there will be the restrictions are less. They can open schools, and similarly foreign universities can come in. And also, like this other point which was pointed out by Dr. Bernardisamy, is that all universities, irrespective of colleges, government or private, it will all come under that one body, which is the Higher Education Commission. And my other question is that if anybody interested, please take it as a research topic and do it. What is the business interest of the coaching centers in India? Because now, yesterday, day before yesterday, the Prime Minister has tweeted, there will be an national level entrance test for employment. So you have entrance tests for everything. Employment, you have entrance test. You have board exam from 3rd onwards, 3rd, 5th, 8th, 10th, 12th. And all this is not enough to prove whatever that you have learned in the school. All that is not enough. All this filter mechanism is not enough to filter further. So there is one more filter, that is what the national level entrance test. And we know what happened in NEET. This coaching centers, like even in small towns in like Madurai, now children pay nearly 2 lakhs to study under the, in NEET coaching centers. So somebody has asked this question, how this NEP is against poor, and this is how it is against poor. So it's not only you have privatization in the colleges, in universities, in schools, but it is also, whatever money you pay there and got here is not enough. You have to pay an extra fees and extra money to get inroads into this university. So that is how this privatization operates. And the other main issue, which is really bothering, really concerning, is this whole homogenization of education. Like I started with this curriculum, like if the curriculum is made at a national level, that's where I said there is a difference between equal educational opportunity, equal education and equitable education, and a uniform education. Nobody wants a uniform education. How can a child, like someone from Assam can read the same syllabus as in a child in Tamil Nadu? So, and already we know what kind of changes has been made into textbooks in the past. Whenever this government came into rule, this is one of the main things that they have introduced. Making changes in history, totally changing facts in the history. When it's now centrally regulated and centrally maintained, what kind of information will go into these books? Actually, internationally, whatever, like rights that are guaranteed for children, it specifically emphasizes a child who comes from a minority background or come from a different background, the education should be adaptable. It should be in relation with the child's culture or environment. That is one thing that. And the second thing is that this is the whole debate that happened in Tamil Nadu, and most of the politicians just talk about the 3-language formula and then they leave it. Other than that, then the other issues of NEP never get highlighted. But there are two ways that we have to see this. One, in terms of why this 3-language policy. There is a debate nearly basically, what is there if a child learns an additional language, what is the fault in it? And they don't emphasize it's Hindi or Sanskrit, but they just say in a third language. But what will really happen, this policy, if you go through the draft policy and this policy, the word caste is not there, but the word Sanskrit is there as many times as possible. You will see the word Sanskrit everywhere in this policy. So that is thing. And also a language is something, it's basically monopolizing the whole thing. So that is where, and what happens in the CBSE system. Now CBSE systems, you have the language system from 4th standard to 8th standard. But what happens is that there is a rule there. One of your 3 languages should be either Hindi or Sanskrit. So the policy will now say that, it can be any third language, but gradually you will have this rule in place. And also in terms of implementation, when it comes, automatically it will be either Sanskrit or Hindi, and predominantly it will be Sanskrit. The other really worrisome thing in this policy is this promotion of Indian values. And it says it will taught what in children doing what is right. My question is that how does it go along with constitution values? What are these Indian values that we are talking about? Is it the values? Is it the Gurukula values, or is it the values of Manudharma? That's really a question that we need to pay a lot more attention. And this policy is India centered. We have to remember the map of India. It's not one uniform color. It's not one kind of, it's a union of states. So if we remember the map of India, then this, it really negates the cultural, linguistic, ethnic, religious diversity of different states. It really negates the diversity and pluralism of this country. And then there was also a question in terms of what this policy says about girl children and women. Dr. Bernardi Sami sir said, it says some special education programs for girls, but in terms of actual implementation, there is no commitment to it. But before we get into that special education, this is a process that we need to go through it. This policy, as we clearly see, there is a process of exclusion that begins from school till the college level. When exclusion happens, the first victims will be the girl children and also the children from the marginalized communities. The dropout rate will certainly increase. I'll just give one example. Recently, some 8 months back, we have done a kind of a survey with children, not survey, a kind of an activity. So we asked children, what is the one thing that you want from the government to ensure your safety? So this is a question pertaining to children's safety. So the children, there are 2 things that children wrote. We have nearly interviewed about 2,000 children in 2 states, Tamil Nadu and Telangana, and 80% of them are from the rural schools, out of which some 60-70% of them are Dalit children. The one thing that really they wrote is that their fears that they have in mind. One thing about the safety. Children in many schools from Tamil Nadu have written, on their way to school, there are many task-mark shops. That made them, a lot of them become to drop out their schools because their safety is endangered. There are various factors children pointed out. There are no toilets in the school. So when the children cannot go to school, we have to go to school in an open space, which, that is the reason that they pull out. The other reason that children, what really they wrote is that, they see the only hope is getting educated. They see the only hope, that they also express their fear because of the, because the parents are afraid of being sexually harassed, they stop school, they get into either child labor or child marriage. So the only thing to escape from all these evils is to get educated. So they really, we didn't ask this question about what does education mean to them, but it is there in their, mind and in their underlining myth that they really said education is the only hope that we come out of this. And my fear is that this policy breaks that hope. This policy shatters that dreams of this millions of children that we talk about. And when this in vocational education introduced, and parallelly when you introduce exams, board exams in third, fifth, the dropouts will take up some vocational jobs, which is again a caste-based occupation, and whatever jobs that their parents continue to do. And my second challenge in terms of this impact is that it reinforces patriarchy again. It reinforces discrimination. Like I earlier pointed out, there is no human rights education is introduced. There is no education is planned to bring bring the values of constitution. Whereas we introduce the Indian values, which we know very patriarchal. And when the existing patriarchal knowledge is not, kind of discriminatory attitude is not neither challenged at the same time, in the name of Indian values, it is reinforcing the gender stereotypes. Again, the vocational training that is being introduced, what will happen for girls? We will introduce tailoring, embroidery, all this, or nutrition or cooking, whatever programs that we think that fit into a woman's life, that is the role that we will introduce. And also the other important point, even you skip all this, you come to a higher education, the family choice will depend on the affordability. So when they have to choose between higher education for a girl and a boy, they will certainly choose for a boy. The priority will be that we know. I don't have to prove with any data or anything. It will be for boys because your marriage expenses will be calculated, whatever other expenses will be calculated. So automatically this girl's education is not a priority. And children and women will also face other health, safety, mental health issues when there is so much stress. When you have to do so many, we know like how the suicides happen. This is often that we ignore when we talk about issues, highlight issues, but something that from a child point of view and from a youth point of view, it is important to understand the implications in their health, in their safety, in their mental health. And also with this whole centralization process, there can be a lot of issues with integration, migration, because you may not get admissions in colleges that is there in your locality with your entrance test and with your counseling. Things can change. There can be a lot of migration could happen in long term. So that could also pose a lot of challenges, especially for girls, whereas because families won't prefer to send the children to other states to learn. And there are other factors around it that we know. And with this, I just conclude my sharing. And once again, I thank Sister Rosalind and Servite College and the management and all other sisters for this opportunity to interact with you all today. Thank you.
It's time for clarification. Participants are expected to raise up your queries. Dear participants, if you have any questions, kindly post it in the chat box.
There are a lot of requests to share the PPT. I will share. It's with a sister. I think you can share with the participants.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Yes, sister. Yes.
On behalf of YouTube participants, how marginalized be educated if no provision for them?
Yes, if the government doesn't give provision, I think it is our right to demand for it. First of all, we need to demand because like that's how I started my presentation. Education is not a privilege. It's our fundamental right. I think we need to empower. We ourselves has to be empowered and we need to empower and we need to discuss more about it with the families. How is it going to affect their children and how is it going to affect their future? We need to discuss more. I think it's we have every right to demand because it's our right. It's a fundamental right that is guaranteed in the constitution. I think that is the only thing that I would say.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of Maibab Anand, regarding social sciences, there may be local contents, but other subjects like maths, science, etc., how there could be any issue of having same learning materials or syllabus?
Sorry, at the moment it is not very clear because this policy doesn't really point out the details of it, how it's going to be implemented in detail. But making there will be kind of a uniform curriculum that may come up with. That is one thing that what we have at the moment, but I do not know how it's going to implement it in future in terms of other subject. Like for example, even in science or even in maths, like for example, I also studied science, but we often think that only in humanities that the interpretation can be done, but there are times in other subjects also the way it is being framed, the way it is being taught has to be suitable to your culture. If you have a methodology that you are not used to, like for example a tribal child, the way they learn science is very practical. They go out, they learn in the forest, they learn everything kind of by doing it. So the way you frame a teaching method is also matters, and it depends on two different cultures. So that is what we have to see. It's not just the content, but it's also the methodology.
Thank you, ma'am. One more question. The medium of instruction is although optional to be in regional languages. Will regional language as medium of instruction really promote children learning or rather demote?
See, I can say my personal opinion. When you learn in a mother tongue, the understanding is better. You will understand the concept better. Like some of the, like countries, like for example, Korea, Japan, countries that you see a lot of, so-called developed countries, education is given in their, mother tongue. When you learn certain things in mother tongue, the understanding is better. You don't really mug up things. So that way, and also, like mother tongue is, it's your right, it's basically, it's like how you have a right to be with your family. And learning in a mother language is, or learning a mother tongue is kind of, it's your right. And it's something languages, that's how that, we are all proud of the language. Language is something very much part of our life, like our culture, our identity. So that is why this there is a lot of debates happening. This is my personal view. I believe in that, I believe in this. Learning in a mother tongue makes the learning better.
I think questions are over, it seems. Any other questions? No. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation and created the awareness in us on NEP. Thank you so much, ma'am. Joy is the simplest form of gratitude. I now call upon Selvi Madhumita, Aicuf President of our college, to render the vote of thanks.
Education is the most powerful weapon to change the world, said Nelson Mandela. A very warm evening, dignitaries, associates, and friends. I, on behalf of All India Catholic University Federation, Servite College, Tohimalai, am indeed privileged to propose the vote of thanks on this big day. God will make a way where there seems to be no way. Firstly, I thank Divine Almighty who made this dynamic day in a progressive way. An asset to the possessors, an everlasting fountain to the givers, a highbrow to the civilization, the sovereign of the planet. That was the actual education. But now is the question mark. It has become a burden to the students, teachers, and the society. Yes, education has become biased. These times we were muddled by the obscurities of the new system, and this webinar has served as an eye opener to all of us. Today, we have got to know the issues and prospects of the National Education Policy 2020. It has fulfilled the need of this hour, and this would have not been possible without Aicuf. Completing 96 years of service and many more to go, this organization strives hard in the path of its vision to sensitize students towards those at the margins and involve ourselves in the struggle for their basic rights by equipping ourselves physically, intellectually, and spiritually while networking with NGOs and people's movements. We take immense pleasure in thanking the embodiment of Aicuf, Reverend Dr. Father S. Emmanuel S.J., National Aicuf Advisor, Chennai, to whom we owe our deepest gratitude. Thank you, Father. We are much grateful to Reverend Dr. Father Felix Raj S.J., Vice Chancellor, St. Xavier University, Kolkata. You gave us your words and time, the most precious gifts of all. Thank you, Father. We regard it as an honor and privilege to extend a bunch of thanks to Dr. Bernard Sami, Dean of School of Excellence, Loyola College, Chennai, and Ms. M. Rajakumari, Manager HRD, Indians for Amnesty International Trust, Bangalore, our guest speakers, who are the core of this webinar on National Educational Policy 2020. Words are powerless to express our gratitude, but still we pack up all our gratitude within this word, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. From the bottom of our hearts, we also thank the Servite Chiefdom, Reverend Sister A. Xavier Mary, Secretary, and Dr. Sister S. Alphonse Rosalind Mary, Principal, Servite Arts and Science College for Women, Togamalai, who always supported us throughout our journey and took efforts to make this lockdown a useful one. A million thanks to you, sisters. We also thank our convener, Sister A. Sahaya Mercy, Aicuf Unit Advisor, who has took humongous efforts in making this event a successful one. Thank you, sister. We also congratulate and thank all the national and state advisors, coordinators, and ex-Aicufers, well-wishers, and all the participants who participated and made the webinar a successful one. Thank you, distinguished people. We, the associates of Aicuf, promise to live up to the motto, we are born into an unjust society and we are determined as we have found it. And also, we take pride in thanking the Aicuf, which has provided this platform for our enlightenment. Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, Selvi Madhumita. Dear participants, now the feedback link has posted in the chat box. Kindly fill up the form with the right particulars and submit it. Dear participants, now the feedback link has posted in the chat box. Kindly fill up the form with the right particulars and submit it. Once again, on behalf of Servite family, my special thanks to all the resource persons, the host, Mr. Ilayaraja, and all the participants. Thank you, one and all.
Respected resource persons, Reverend Dr. Emmanuel, our National Advisor, Reverend Dr. Pelisraj, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Bernardisami, Ms. Rajakumari, thank you very much for your meaningful and inspiring session about national education policy, issues and prospects. You have pointed out hundreds of challenges in front of us. Dear Aicuf family members, all the learned professors that you are very much, thank you very much for your active participation and kind cooperation. Let us hope one day we will change this unjust structure and society and work for the underprivileged people with our Aicuf Commission for the Adivasi people, Dalit, women and refugees. Servite and Science and Arts College is very grateful to each one of you. Wish you all the best. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sister.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye. We will see you in the next webinar. Thank you. We are all the YouTube participants. Thank you very much for your active participation. Wish you all the best. May God bless you. Goodbye to every one of you.
It's a thing. Okay, Girka. Designation Servite of the institution. I get to check on the paper. உனக்கு மெயில் ஐடி இருக்கடா போடுமா சொல்லு ஃபீட்பேக் ஃபார்ம் சர்டிஃபிகேட் வரும் பாப்பா மெயில் ஐடி மட்டும் சொல்லு ஏன்டா எப்படினாலும் நமக்கு மெயில் இருக்கணும் நான் அப்படி சொல்றேன் என்னமா நான் என்ன பண்ணிக்கிறேன் ராஜா இல்ல அதான்டா ராஜா வந்து சொல்லிருச்சு என்னால பண்ண முடியாது நீங்க தான் பண்ணுங்க அதான் கூட நீங்க பண்ணி வச்சிருக்க இல்லடா இப்ப இங்க வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம்டா அதுவே எனக்கு டென்ஷன் ஆகுது இங்க ஒண்ணும் பண்ணலையே பண்ண வேண்டியதே போகலடா இங்க வெளியே போகணும் அங்க வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் தம்பி சொல்லுங்க நான் ஒண்ணுமே பண்ண முடியாது அங்கதான் யாராவது பண்ணிப்பாங்க மேலேயும் அப்படிதான் எனக்கு டென்ஷன் ஆகுது அப்பதான் சொல்லியிருக்கேன் அதான்டா ஆனா அப்ப சிக்னல் இருந்துச்சு மீட் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க அதான் ஏன் அப்படி ஆகுதுன்னு தெரியல
நீங்க வெளியில போயிட்டு சிக்னல் டிகாட்ஸா நீங்க வெளியில போயிட்டு தெரியாது ஆக்ஷன் செகண்ட் போயிட்டு
இங்கெல்லாம் நாங்க பண்ணல இடம் ஒண்ணும் போட சொன்னேன் ராஜா ராஜா இதெல்லாம் பாப்பீங்க அமைதியா உட்காந்து கேட்க என்ன நடந்துச்சாங்க அவங்கதான் என்ன பண்ண இருப்பாரு தெரியாது கண்டிப்பா போன தடவையே ஃபீட்பேக் தப்பு முடிச்சுட்டாங்க சொல்லு பாப்போம் அடி தெரியுமா உனக்கு சொல்லி ஆர்இ XEYS ME Meximedia 1997 அப்புறம் @gmail.com வருவான் Okay, ready? Yeah. மணி எப்படி நிரப்பிட்டாங்களாப்பா ஃபீட்பேக் எல்லாரும் முடிச்சிட்டாங்களாடா மீட்டிங் எண்ட் பண்ணிடலாமா சரி ஒரு நேரம் செக் பண்ணிடுறியா இல்ல வேணும் அதான் பாப்பா 81 அவ்வளவுதான் அப்புறம் அவங்க எல்லாரும் போயிட்டாங்களா சரி அப்ப இது பண்ணிடலாமா அப்படியா சரி சரி சரிடா சரி சரி தேங்க்யூப்பா சரி சரி அப்ப இது பண்ணிக்கலாமான்னு சொல்லி
Applause.